This is a regular meeting of the Commissioners Court of Cook County, Texas. I'm calling this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, June the 9th, 2026. It's 9 a.m. and we're in the Central Jury Room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center, 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. We're pleased to have with us today the Reverend Terry Lubin of All Things Due to give us the invocation. Reverend?
If you would pray with me. Heavenly gracious Father, Lord, creator of all things, we thank you, Lord, for the life that you've given us and for the blessings that you hold before us as the day goes on. Lord, we pray for your presence, pray for the presence of the Holy Spirit to hover over this assembly of men and women, Lord. You are welcome. Lord, for those that you have placed in positions to make decisions, Lord, I pray that you impart your knowledge and your wisdom to them and that they execute those things that you would have them do in a way that would honor and glorify you. For all of those in assembly, Lord, I pray that you would guard their minds and their thoughts, the words that they speak and the actions that they take, so that they also would honor you in all things. Lord, we lift up our first responders in all departments, Lord, and pray that you keep them safe and keep them whole. Lord, be with us as we leave this assembly, Lord. Let us be your servant. And we ask all of these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Would you please join me in the pledge of this great name?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now to the state of Texas.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, there are no special presentations. No. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. This is our fire marshal here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming. You offer me job security. Would like to point out that there are exits on either side of the courtroom from the front. There's also the exit in which you came in. No, for whatever reason, we have to evacuate. Once outside, they'll come back in until the building has been cleared. In the event of a medical emergency, you have the sheriff's in the back. I'll be up here in the front. We'll take care of getting the AEDs and all of that stuff. Just please identify if there's a need for that. We'll get you taken care of. But the two exits here either side, you go out the door and straight towards the back. That's right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, what we're going to do today is that we are skipping down to development, which is item Roman numeral 9-2. And we have with us our outside counsel, so we're going to adjourn right now at 3 minutes after 9 into executive session. Thank you.
This reception is
30 minutes. Okay, it is 20 minutes till 11. No decision was made. Yeah, we're going to take it right now. But no decision was made in executive session, and we were talking about under development, discuss and reconsider the response to the conditional letter of approval for Comanche Circle. And I want to say something before we get started in here. I know that everybody in this room is opposed to data centers, without question. I think that's true. And we have heard since January, everybody's been up here and has spoken numerous times, and we've heard every argument. And I dare say that there is nothing that the data centers could promise us that would make us accept data centers. There's no way we're going to accept data centers at all. There will always be one condition or think of something else. I understand that. But the climate has also changed. People that have read, I'm sure all of y'all read what happened in Hill County. The county judge and 2 commissioners voted against the data center going there, and they got sued for $100 million. That's serious. That's serious. Now, anybody that's really against it, would you sign an indemnity and sign your home and your cash and your car and your retirement to pay the indebtedness for the county? And if you feel that strongly, would you do that? Would you sign an indemnity saying, I will repay everything? You know, I know there's some of you out here that say, you bet I do, but when you've got time for you to move out of your house or your spouse, and you convince them that that's just not going to happen. So the climate has really changed about this. But anyway, we're gonna give 30 minutes, like our rules say, our initial rules say, for each agenda item to give 30 minutes. We gave, initially when this was talked about, we gave unlimited, 30 people, 5 minutes apiece. We're not doing that. Like I said, we understand how you feel. We understand you do not want data centers. We understand there's no condition that they can meet that would make you accept data centers. We got that. But with that,
So you're gonna
let's go ahead and get the people to go ahead and speak. You have the, here it is. So
I'm
the first person, oh, it's number 1, is Christine Leftwich.
All right, I'm just starting the timer. Show of hands, who in here has been disparaged, criticized, vilified, and bullied by Ryan Hughes?
I'm standing up.
Thank you. Okay, just a couple of things I want to point out. Mr. Hughes recently produced a traffic study and a water study. I only received those on June 4th. I don't know if they were provided to the county sooner, but they were dated January of 2026, and I just question what he characterizes as providing those in good faith, because I don't know why he held on to him for 6 months. He claims that it's the actions of the county that have caused him to lose investors, and I posit that it's actually his own actions on social media and how he's treated people that have caused him to lose investors. Finally, he doesn't have any water. He hasn't gone to the Upper Trinity, and we're not subdividing. I don't think that local government code 232 should apply.
Danny Malden.
Hi, my name is Denny Wander. I'm a resident of Pecan. I do want to express my opposition to the AI projects generally. I want the county to continue to be known as a family, tourism, and recreational community. I'm opposed to exposing our community to the many health issues of these centers, and I'm opposed to the potential for residential property value declines. And I'm concerned about the impact on water supply. I am a board member of the Acton Municipal Utility District, and as you know, we voted unanimously to reject the application of Pacifico Energy for the Fort Spunky power plant and data centers. We've heard many customers who participated in our board meetings at the public comment section, and they were unanimous in not in my backyard. And we took that to heart when it came time to vote. The projected use of water at these facilities is huge, and I think couple such usage with the population growth forecast for this county, as shown in the North Texas Council of Governments study that was used by this board in the development of the bonds, that is a huge risk. 75% more people coming in, plus this gigantic use of water for these data centers. We need to put the people of the county first. Thank you.
Cindy Green. Cindy Green, 1802 Laguna Court. Then the next speaker is Mark Lowry.
Obviously, you haven't heard the citizens. If you think you've heard enough, you haven't heard the passion of the citizens. Before we leave this agenda item today, I would like to know if the documents were received by the county in January as dated, or if we just received them in June. We need to know that answer today before we leave. Do you believe the level of communications that you've had with Ryan Hughes is appropriate, considering you're giving the citizens of Hood County 1 minute and 10 seconds now to hear their passion plea to you all? Am I boring you, Judge? How can we approve a project when the representative, Ryan Hughes, doesn't even have the respect or the courage to come in here and address the citizens in this commissioner's court? He supposedly got a threat from an elderly lady in Pecan, and now he refuses to come in here. What makes us think that he has the courage to actually develop this plan for Hood County? Why would we do business with him? Has he proven to you any financial stability or any progress or success at building anything like this? Absolutely has not. You got to reject this thing. You got to reject it.
Jennifer Terry.
Can I get my photo on here? Board 1. Board 2. Board 3. You ready? Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to try to make this short and sweet. Found a little found it a little curious because Ryan Hughes claimed less than 75,000 gallons per day at full build-out. But he says available discussed supply is 1.3 million gallons a day capability. That's a difference of more than 17 times larger than claimed demand. So if the full build-out demand is less than 75,000 gallons per day in water, why preserve access to 1.3 million gallons per day? What future demand assumptions support that capability, and which number should the public use? So, but let's go with that 1.3 million gallons a day. So regional projects with the water demand, we have them all listed here. We all know their names. It's a ton of them. Okay? Not one project, all projects. How much water do we actually have? Water demand is cumulative. It's all the same source. Okay? Water available under existing planning. That's the BRA planning framework. It's approximately 9,152 acre-feet per year. Water already committed, Comanche Peak, Granbury, Acton Mud, Wolf Hollow. Here are the numbers. The total is approximately 63,371 acre-feet. Remaining is approximately 26,700. I mean, this is basic math. How much of the remaining planning is available after future growth for the industrial demand for consideration? So how much water do we actually have? Okay, water planning is not about one project. It's about whether all project demands can be supported over long term. Okay? This is not rocket science. Okay, it's all about what we have. But since we only have this much time, and I can't get into it, numbers are over here where you can find them. I put the links in there too, so you can research that yourself. This is not something I made up. That's the Texas Water Development Board, the BRA, and the rest of the government structure.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Bob Slater.
Very quickly, I look forward to the open mic period. Just to mention, Bob Slater, Pecan Plantation. You got 4 items. You got the road concerns, which you should have with TDOT, and that's the master plan thoroughfare, which is going to complicate everything. We've got water, as a lovely lady just presented it. You have thermal fires, which is significant. Don't overlook it. You've got an ability to block through emergency preparation. You have, as a county, the right to use that to block any action with regard to data centers or BESS units. Don't overlook it. Thank you.
Bonnie Roby.
Nice to see you again. I'm going to put this down to just a few sentences. Satan hates God and his son Jesus Christ so much that he has come up with a brilliant plan to form AI data centers. If you look at an AI data center, what does it do? It attacks every single aspect of God's creation, from the sky to every cell in the human body. He is going after us because he hates God so much, and he knows his time is so short. We are at the end of time. So I just want to say that how long are you 3 and 4 and 5 going to dishonor God, go against his wishes to let people have a normal life as long as we still have this world?
Amen.
Amen.
Carolyn Reeves.
We talk about money and what we're going to lose. What is our life worth? If we have no water or we have no food, we're going to destroy our cattle. we won't have any life if you bring in these data centers. Globalists, they want us to own nothing and be happy. They want to destroy Texas. This is war on us. They're not here to assimilate. They're not here to get along. They're here to steal our water, pollute our air, and steal our land. And I'm sorry you don't see that.
We do see that.
Well, you know what? No money is worth my life.
You have, okay.
Rita Bevin.
My name's Rita Beving. I work with Public Citizen. We have members in this county and statewide. I want to remind the court of something I brought to you a few months ago regarding Sailfish. That he stated in a Data Center Dynamics article that he had 17 planned projects. I called every city and county where he mentioned projects. Council Bluffs, Social Circle near Atlanta, San Marcos, New Braunfels, etc. He had no projects in January of 2025, and I'm willing to say to you today, I don't think Sailfish has one project in this country yet today. And with that said, I think this court should seriously consider the financial viability of this company. The Rellis project in Bryan went bankrupt in its first year of construction. Fermi America, Governor Perry's project that he co-founded, is in a class action lawsuit. And a Fort Worth project where $6.7 million was invested had to be auctioned off by Hilco.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time's up.
Thanks.
Anna Robinson.
Thank you. My name is Lana Robinson. I live in Pecan Plantation. I just would say this. Because of the lawsuit that happened in Hill County, I think if lawsuits happen in 4 or 5 counties where these data centers sue them for that amount of money, the governor would have to wake up in the Texas legislature. I challenge all of you county officials and governments to unite and demand a special session. I think we I'm just going to remind you that 12,000 construction workers during the build-out phase would be expected for these 8 or 9 projects that we're talking about. There's currently 13,740 people in Granbury. So we're talking about more people almost than in Granbury. And there's about 66,000 in Hood County. Where are we going to put these people? I've got, and I'm going to give you these, copies of all of the available beds at hotels and motels and places in Hood County. And we've got 650. Now, where are we going to put these people? Where are the people that come here for tourism, recreation? Where are they going to stay? What's the traffic going to be? We're bumper to bumper now. Once they start construction, it is going to be unbearable. So we're going to be, I'm just going to hand you these. We're going to be the misery capital of Texas instead of the celebration capital of Texas.
Yes.
On January 13th, the court conditionally approved the Comanche Circle concept plan and required additional demonstrations regarding drainage, wastewater, water resources, watershed impacts, and on-site power generation facilities, all of which remain unresolved to this date. The court required sufficient demonstration of total water demand and adequate water resources. The materials discussed that have been given to the county discuss potential groundwater production and possible water resources, but there remains a distinction between identifying resources and demonstrating long-term capability and security. Second, the court required information regarding wastewater treatment standards and sludge disposal. Sailfish to this day does not answer the procedural question of whether that condition imposed by the court has been satisfied. The court also required sufficient demonstration that the project will not adversely impact the watershed, adjacent property owners, or downstream landowners. If the condition requires a demonstration before advancement, then the issue is whether that demonstration has been provided, not whether it may be provided later. Traffic materials currently before the court are identified as preliminary in nature and suggest additional analysis in the future. For a project of this scale, transportation impacts are a significant component for the county to review. I will just leave with this. With not upholding what you have put forth to Sailfish, you are probably leaving the county open to way more scrutiny than what you will be facing with Ryan Hughes.
The next speaker is Brady. I can't read his writing, your or her writing, but you live at 10,015 Biloxi Highway.
Telling me, Brad.
You're a farmer.
Yes.
What is your name, sir?
Brad. I need to learn how to write. Yeah, I'll take my cap. Let's don't take it off, but you gotta have respect first. Mine's just short and brief. I know you've already made your minds up, nothing we can do. But I'll promise you on the anniversary, if you agree with it, that every time that I have a horse that starts self-injuring itself because of the vibrations, I'll make sure the pictures are posted and your names are tagged to it. The first time I have a calf that's stillborn, I'll make sure I let you know. These things have been proven. I have seen horses hurt themselves because of things like this continuous noises from construction. They run themselves through fences. They bite each other. It's horrible, and they don't understand. But you have done this to them, just to let you know. Thank you.
Paula Sibley.
Okay. My name's Renee Mulcahy. I moved here from Los Angeles because I have electromagnetic sensitivity and I had to get away from it. I slept in a car for 2 months away from the cell phone towers because my skin was just crawling. Nobody believes you when you have that. They want to lock you up, but you can't do anything but take medication to try and just make it go away a little bit. But I'm going to tell you what, when you start feeling it, think about this day.
Nikki Sobchak.
Well, with only 1 minute, there's not much I can say, but I heard you earlier say that you're afraid of lawsuits. You need to be afraid of us. We have already said, if you approve these things, our property value goes to zero. We're not going to be able to sell our homes. So we do want you to fight for us. You're there to protect us. You're there to uphold the laws that are adopted by the Hood County to protect the watershed and the rural nature of this county. So if you cave to every threat from a whiny developer who's not getting his way, you are opening the door for lawsuits either way. So maybe you need to consider who you want to be sued by.
Judge, Commissioners, since I only have a minute, I'll be very, very brief. Not all developers are the same. You should choose who Hood County wants to do business with. I urge you to read 33 CFR 148.105. I've given you a printout of it. This is the law that the U.S. Coast Guard uses to vet who they allow to build deep water ports. The section ensures that the Coast Guard has a complete, transparent, verifiable record of the applicant's background, legal standing, experience, and compliance with federal laws before evaluating their port license application. I urge the county to do the same within your power. Number two, I'd like to just use this time to talk about Mr. Hughes in particular. As you may recall, back in March, I was asked by Commissioner Samuelson to give a presentation on water use by data centers, and I did that for you. Within 10 minutes of my presentation, I received texts from Ryan Hughes. And the nature of these texts, which went on with at least 20 different messages to me with only one of my responses to him, and he's basically saying, our data center uses very little water compared to what you said. I've been on the record saying this quite a few times, so could you just reach out? And I said, show me your heat balance. Remember the movie, Show Me the Money? That's how engineers talk to each other. What his response was, lots of drivel about how wonderful their closed loop system is. He's made promises, and on and on and on, with no backup for what he said. He's finally said, after I didn't reply, no comments, Andy? I heard you tell the Project Red and Project Yellow data centers you weren't talking about them, but you seem to be talking about me. All I'm asking is for you to share accurate information, not speculation, because people see your degrees and they trust you. I haven't seen anything from Mr. Hughes that is an engineering document proving all of his many claims.
Next speaker is Rio Porter.
Well, good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Reed Porter. My family is a large landowner abutting the Comanche Circle project. I'm a lawyer by profession, and I'm a proud member of the Board of Directors of Protect the Paluxy. I care deeply about preserving the Paluxy Valley. I want to remind the court today that you all hired a prominent law firm, Bracewell, to advise you on this project. And this morning I'm asking the court to hold the legal advice given by Bracewell and not given to the threats from an unproven developer and his limited liability company. Comanche Circle has not come close to meeting the conditions required by the court, one of which is a requirement for an approved well or other approved water source. Its documentation doesn't compare to the good faith effort that Amazon submitted to the conditions that were placed on them. So this morning, on behalf of my family, Protect the Paluxy Board of Directors, and hundreds of citizens across Hood County who are deeply concerned about this issue, I'm requesting you deny approval until the conditions are met, or at least table the decision until there's a full representation on the Commissioner's Court.
Judge, Commissioners, Laura Crawford, 4541 County Road 1008. I'm a board member and treasurer for Protect the Paluxy Valley, Inc. Number 5 of the conditions required for approval that was placed upon Comanche Circle concept plan in January was water facilities. Sufficient demonstration of total needs for the project, including the needs of on-site power generation, as well as sufficient demonstration of adequate water facilities or resources to support such water needs. Sailfish does not have an approved water source. Sailfish has not demonstrated any approved water source for data centers, much less power plants. They requested 1 million gallons per day from Somerville County Water District and was denied water or a connection. No BRA water approval has been requested or obtained for our public information request. No TCEQ approval has been granted for their website. They do not have a permit from the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District. That alone is enough for denial of the concept plan. The report of findings authored by Wet Rock are meaningless with respect to the conditional approval, and it's misleading. They do Bottom line is, Selfish has not satisfied this important condition, and the court should hold firm on the conditional approval or
Thank
deny
you.
this plan.
Thank you, ma'am. Joanne Carcamo.
I'm Joanne. I'm a co-founder of Protect the Biloxi, and I am asking this court to show some backbone today, call a bad faith actor exactly what he is, deny this plan, or at the absolute bare minimum, hold him strictly to the conditions of his approval. Kevin, I recently reviewed a public records request detailing communication between you and Mr. Hughes. In the span of just a single month, there were 26 recorded phone calls. I called you yesterday, one time, never heard back from you, but 26 calls between you and Ryan Hughes. I must remind you today, you do not represent selfish investors, you represent the people of Precinct 1, the residents who are currently fighting the fight of their lives to protect their homes, their health, and their future. We're not backing down. We are systematically entering every single inadequacy, every bad faith maneuver, and every piece of outdated data into the official record. We're prepared to take every appropriate measure necessary to ensure our property rights in the rural district of Hood County, with you or without you.
Judge, Commissioners, I'm Brian Crawford. I live in Somervell County. My property shares a fence line with the proposed Comanche Circle Data Center. According to the so-called concept plan submitted by Selfish, my wife and I and anyone who visits our home will see data center buildings from our back porch. The nearest building will be about 1,700 feet from my back door, about 300 feet from my fence line. The original plan did not give the county the needed information to understand the scope and impact of the project. It was amateurish and incomplete. So in January of this year, this court issued a conditional approval of the Selfish concept plan. By setting conditions, the court concedes the plan was inadequate as submitted. Nevertheless, the court gave the conditional approval and allowed the developer the time and opportunity to correct the obvious shortcomings of the plan. However, in a response letter dated on June 1st, just a few days ago, Ryan Hughes is telling this court, Judge, to pound sand. He is completely dismissing, disregarding, and disrespecting the authority of this court. Therefore, the court is now left with the original concept plan with no changes or improvements. And given the court viewed the original plan as inadequate, I recommend the court rescind the conditional approval and deny the concept plan. In addition, it is my opinion the court should publicly admonish Mr. Hughes for his blatant contempt and disrespect for the authority of this court.
Thank you. Clerk Heskey.
This morning I ask, will you follow the legal advice that Bracewell gave you and paid for by the taxpayers of this county? Or are you going to yield to the threats of an inexperienced, limited liability company that has never developed anything? We are curious if you have struck a deal with Ryan Hughes through the many emails, texts, and phone calls directly with Commissioner Andrews, including texts during the formal court sessions. The Amazon concept plan included 139 pages of professionally developed drawings. Selfish, with a bigger project, submitted one cartoon drawing that is not a viable concept. the final design will not reflect the concept that's been presented. Amazon responded to the conditions placed on their concept plan with reasonable good faith. Mr. Hughes claims that his one-page cartoon is an adequate drainage study. It is not. It has many unworkable features, such as a retention pond that has 100 foot of elevation difference from one end to the other. That is cartoonish. The Paluxy River supplies water to the citizens of Glenrose and is the primary recreational feature of Dinosaur Valley State Park, our state's most visited state park. This project deserves, this project deserves a drainage study. Thank you.
My name is Mary Jo Bloomquist, and I live in Pecan Plantation. I'll make this short and sweet. Section 231.221 states, the powers granted under this subchapter are for the purpose of, number 1, promoting the public health, safety, peace, morals, and general welfare. Number 2, encouraging recreation. And then number 3, safeguarding and preventing the pollution of the state's rivers and lakes. It's not just protecting the watershed. Y'all aren't doing any of this. These data centers are going to destroy Hood County. That's all.
Craig Jackson.
My name is Craig Jackson, resident of Hood County. I thought it was really interesting, Mr. Hughes' response on January 1st, so I cited some of the laws that he put in his letter, and my job is to be a researcher for students professionally. So I did some digging and presented you 15 case laws, precedent in the state of Texas, refuting every single claim of Mr. Hughes in that letter on January 1st. I don't have time to go through them all, but let's just say it is very interesting what you can buy. Comanche Circle Project, Panther Project, Lion, all of them together should by definition be void because they're one massive project under one developer, all adjacent properties. That's been settled in the San Antonio case in the 70s, but I just refute. Mr. Hughes has contacted many people in the community. He is not somebody that any normal human being would do business with. And this is my warning to Mr. Hughes. If I get a message as soon as I sit down, I guarantee you the people of Hood County will have a restraining order against him. This is not somebody we wish to do business with. Thank you.
T.S. Riggio.
It's T.J. Riggio.
Is that a P or an R?
It's an R. All right, I'm not here to cite water supply, grid demand, natural gas demands, noise-related issues when it concerns data centers. The simple fact of the matter is we don't want it. We, as in not everyone in this room, but everyone in the county doesn't want it. And we don't have to give a reason beyond that. This is a matter of community autonomy. Lawmakers in Austin for the past 10 years have slowly eroded y'all's ability and y'all's power to make decisions. The law is broken, and it needs to be challenged, and it needs to be appealed through the court system and through our lawmakers. Y'all need to be rattling some cages and getting some attention. Instead of just sitting there with your legs open and waiting for this to happen. That's all I have.
I'm Jim Bell. I live at Water's Edge. Is this thing on? Okay. The Texas Tribune reported that ERCOT has received 519 requests to connect large electricity users in the last 2 years. During the year prior to that, there were only 24. Of these connection requests, 90% are for data centers. According to ERCOT, not all of these projects will actually come to fruition. The fact that this many projects are even being proposed points to an enormous current of project proposals, many of which are circling around Hood County and the Brazos Valley like a school of sharks. In Hood County, Project Spectrum, Fort Spunky, Comanche Circle, Project Patriot, Project Yellow, Project Red, Project Panther, and Project Lion are all proposed data center projects packed into a pretty tight cluster in the Brazos Valley and Granbury. In Ryan Hughes' rebuttal, his basic claim is that Hood County Commissioner's Court is exceeding their authority. He lists 9 threshold defects in the condition approval letter. His basic tenet is that you don't have the authority to set these conditions. His claim is that he is complied with all of the conditions
Thank you, sir.
required by statute. Who's in charge here? Him or you?
Carolyn Barber. I'd like to read from you from the Bible. Genesis 1:15. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work and to keep it. Paving the valley and sucking its water and polluting it and evaporating it is not keeping it. My family has hosted a Japanese exchange student for about 10 summers, and we always took them to Dinosaur Valley to see the vistas and the footprints, and they were amazed. It is cowardly to be intimidated by a young Florida businessman with a questionable reputation. My phone is playing a recording of the noise of Mira Bitcoin from the street. I just stopped there at the street and recorded. And so this is how we know how we are going to be treated by these big businesses. I can't fault the big businesses because, you know, they're just there to ravage the land and make the profit. But I do fault you all up there who are allowing this. Have you considered your personal legacy? I mean, is it really worth it? What we should do is really rename these projects. Instead of Project Comanche Circle, it should be Project Maskingill, Project Wilson, and Project Andrews.
Yes.
Brooklyn Powell.
All right. Most of us have sat here all morning and waited 2 hours. I have 4 kids. I wouldn't be able to be here if it wasn't for my family sitting here telling me what time I could speak. I'm confident the whole city of Granbury would be here in an uproar if they could. I'm speaking to one of you, the one who believes in God, because if you don't believe in God, my message will fall on deaf ears. In Ephesians 6, it says, "We do not fight against flesh and blood, but we fight against demonic powers and spiritual forces and evil." These data centers are evil. History has shown us over and over again that civilizations rarely collapse overnight from one great disaster. More often, they slowly erode when power, greed, and selfish ambition become more important than family, people, morals, community. Great cities and nations throughout history rose with strong values, taking full responsibility for us and for future generations. But when leaders began, and they begin, chasing wealth, expansion, convenience, and power at any cost, we have seen over and over again what happens. When profit matters more than people, expansion matters more than wisdom, communities expendable, destruction. Every generation is faced with a choice. Will we protect the things that truly sustain human life, or will we trade them away for whatever promises the most money and the fastest growth? Those in power may have luxuries and riches here on this earth, but we are on this earth for but a breath. I believe one of you here representing the people will hear these messages and allow God to soften your heart, and in turn gain heavenly rewards that cannot be taken away. I don't want my children to inherit a world where human beings are expected to sacrifice their well-being so technology can advance faster and faster without restraint. Progress isn't always good. Again, history repeats itself, and we have examples of civilizations that have lost sight of what matters most. Once these facilities are built, we cannot undo it. Once the character of a community is changed, it's incredibly hard to get back. Progress that destroys peace, health, community, and the ability for families to thrive is not progress. We the people, I'm confident the men standing here today who lead and serve Granbury will do so with honor and loyalty and goodness and selflessness. Thank you.
Mr. Mills, would you like to say anything about this?
I'm good.
You're good. Do I hear a motion?
I'd like to Judge, I'd like to answer Mr. Lowry's question. I got probably 30,000 emails from Selfish, it's going to all y'all. I haven't seen it, it's not in my folder, traffic impact analysis. It may be in a digital file out of one of them thousands of emails, but y'all received it. It's on. It might be one of those thousands of emails, but the 6th was on a Saturday, so y'all would have got every email that I got on the 6th.
Are you saying that you didn't receive the traffic impact analysis until just recently?
I haven't gotten through all the emails recently because I've been going about the reports of the doctor, but it's not in my original file.
I don't think that was Mr. Lowry. Someone else mentioned that.
It was Mr. Lowry said he wanted to answer.
Oh, so the...
If he's talking to Mr. Lowry, why don't you speak up so I can hear him?
Hey, Clint, that microphone's not very good. It
I think did you ask about the traffic impact analysis?
I asked the court to give an explanation when he got those, because apparently they just showed up in June and they're dated January. When did your office receive them?
They're not in my folder. If they were coming June, I'd go back to the thousands of emails and see if they were sent before in January. But like I said, all the emails I've been getting lately, because I'm bidding out for medical, go to all of them. So if it showed up, they see when it showed up.
So you're saying it didn't come in January when it was dated?
It's not in my folder.
As far as you can tell.
So we did receive them. We did receive them.
Not in January.
But no, we did receive them just recently.
Like June 4th.
June 4th. How did they come? How did they come to us?
I was at the doctor that day, so I don't know.
No, how did we get them?
An email. And it was forwarded to me from Matt Mills. And so.
Okay, so I guess the email came to Matt Mills, and Matt Mills, did all the commissioners get them?
Yes.
Okay. So the request was in January, and we got them June 4th, but it's dated in January. Am I right?
Correct.
I'm just trying to research facts here. Mr. Mills, am I right?
I'm not sure.
So listen, this isn't brain surgery here. We asked for a response in January. We get them June 4th, and I'm not clear on who got them, how they got them. Well, I mean, are you clear?
No, I'm not, because we've been getting responses from Hughes constantly.
When did we get those documents, the traffic and the water assessment reports?
I don't have them. If they showed up on June 4th, like, we don't have them.
It's amazing to me how it's such an important issue. And people say they get them, they don't get them. I mean, apparently we got them.
It's a clown show.
All of us have now been attached to everything that's come to Clint's email with development. So every email that's come in has automatically been forwarded to all of us.
Okay, just simply ask the question. I asked you a question. And honestly, it shouldn't be that difficult. We asked for a response in January. We get a bunch of emails. You all get emails from Hughes. But apparently there's a traffic study and a water study that has surfaced within the county. And really the county officials that are in charge of all this, Mr. Mills, Mr. Head, are really not being very clear on how we got those things and where are they. Do we have them today and who had them? Who saw them? But at the end of the day, it's just simple. We asked for them in January and we gave him a time frame. We now get them in June. And were they post-dated January? In other words, that's a fraud. Or in fact, did he have them in January? He waited till the last moment, like the rabbit in the hat from Houston. So can you give me some answers to that, please? Do not me.
I can give answers for when I wasn't here, but I can give you the answer that when they gave them a time frame, that letter was rescinded and rewrote because it was illegal to put a time frame on conditional approval.
Your microphones suck.
So, listen, ladies, and thank you for showing me. There's so much confusion in this, Judge. There's so much uncertainty that I don't see how anybody would accept a business plan so failed that you would accept this and move forward.
Exactly.
I mean, go ahead, Mr. Andrews.
Well, part of the issues that came up here is the traffic impact analysis was not part of the initial conditional approval system. It was added later, but it was not, that is not the condition that was offered in. So that there's a great deal of question about exactly what is going on with our development regulations. It doesn't call for a traffic impact analysis at the concept plan.
Yes, it does.
But it says in the site development plan that you have to do a kind of traffic impact analysis in the concept plan. It's back here that it says you need to do it here, and it's not defined. And there are multiple things like that in our regulations. This is why we're talking about that they have to be rewritten. There's so much ambiguity and so much contradiction going on in there.
And you just made the case to either table this or reject this. Now, you've addressed the traffic.
Right.
What about the water concept?
The concept plan says proposed water. There are so many requirements that have to go into the site development plan. This is the thing that we're seem to be losing sight of. The site development plan is where all this stuff comes in. This is where your comprehensive drainage plan comes in. Right now, this is a very preliminary. This is what we're planning on. Okay? As you get in here and start spending the money to do the engineering and to do the figuring out that you're doing it here, it's too late. Plans change. And that has to be approved at the site development plan. In between the concept plan and the site development plan, they've got to get the TCEQ approvals, EPA approvals, TxDOT approvals. All of this stuff happens before the site development plan.
No, that's called a project proposal.
So,
And even NAFTA, maybe facility management, and everybody else does it.
I just think
We've got the site development plan, that's a good explanation for what happened.
Oh, my God. It addresses,
Shame.
it's a chess game, very, very delicate chess game. If you approve it today, they move to the next stage. I think clearly you just addressed the traffic plan is going to be in a different level. But what about the water concept? When we ask for something in January and we don't get it till June and it's dated in January, in my opinion, there's some type of fraud there. If you haven't really if you prepared them in January, whether you specifically asked for both of those or not, he clearly recognized he needed to offer them. If he prepared them in January, but yet he waits till June 4th, shame on him. If he in fact prepared them and got them to us June 4th, but post-dated them, predated them January, that is a problem. The problem, there's too much uncertainty and confusion. Besides the fact that this man don't even come in and see us. I'm going to say one more thing, Judge, and then I'll get out of your way. The level of communications that he has with members of this, and then you just basically don't listen to the pleas from your own citizen.
That's right.
That in itself, in my opinion, is wrong. You won't allow these citizens to communicate you incessantly with these text messages and all the other forms, but yet you listen to him. I don't get it. I really don't get it. You need to reject this based upon the facts that you've even stated. It's not complete. We don't know who this man is. I mean,
Corruption.
there's a lot of confusion. Listen, later in the day, I'm going to talk about processes and accountability, which seems to me is broken here. And there's a number of topics. This is another. Did we get it today? Did we get it with you? Who got it? Who didn't get it? I don't know. Seems pretty simple to me. Figure it out.
I used to do multi-million-dollar project packages for the U.S. government. I used to do multi-million-dollar project
You're
packages
out
for
of
the U.S.
order.
government. I get it.
You're out.
But with those project packages, you have everything in there, including the safety plan, fire prevention plan. Everything has to be turned in before anything is being approved. And that's the U.S. government.
And it will. Those things will still, those bars still have to be met. They have to be met at the site development. This is not.
No, before you put a shovel in the ground, before you put a foot in the door.
The county's death is on you. I have.
Put your hand on the.
Made for legal advice. Use it.
I am. And our legal advice.
You're working for you.
Legal advice won't even speak. What's in it for you?
Okay.
Not one.
He's shrugging his shoulders.
I'll
Go
speak.
ahead, speak. Go ahead. How much did y'all get paid?
Nothing. Not a dime. Prove it. Not a dime. I'm tired of that. I'm tired. You're accusing people of being crooks, okay? I'm tired of that. Listen to me. Listen. You don't have one iota of evidence of any of these people taking one dime. Now, when you call people
They're not
idiots,
for
when you call people
America.
stupid, that's fine.
They're
But when
not
you call
for
people a crook
America.
and you don't have one iota of evidence, that is infuriating. To them, those people up there who have not taken a dime and are trying to follow the law.
Right.
Okay,
Prove it.
how do I prove a negative? You want to see my bank account? Go for it. I will pull it up and I'll show it to you. We'll sit down and look at my bank account.
You must be
Please.
looking to see it.
This is absolutely infuriating to hear people say, "Oh, you must be taking a bribe. You must be taking a bribe." We're all hearing this. You must be taking a bribe. Well, here's the thing.
Man,
You want to be up here? I'm up here.
I'm going to eject you if you don't stop talking. Okay? I'm going to eject you if you say one more word.
Settle down, settle down.
I'm the county attorney. They brought me up here. Somebody's calling me a coward for not coming up. I'm up. Listen, here's the other thing. I'm mainly a prosecutor. I'm board certified in criminal law. I have a criminal docket in an hour in the court at law next door. Okay? We were brought in, Deborah Mergel was brought in at $300 an hour roughly to advise the court as an expert on this issue. I've been sending it to Deborah because that's what the court chose to do, and I'm not insulted by that. If she's an expert in this area of law, she's here from Houston or wherever she lives to advise the court, and you can bring her up here, okay? So I have not been poring over all these things like I'm hoping that she has been, and in fact has been doing to advise the court. So I've been emailing and trying to keep everybody in the loop. I send it to Christine, I send it to the court. I funnel all these things back and forth between Ryan Hughes to the court and the court to Ryan Hughes and so on, all this stuff for months and months and months, okay? And I'm just going to say one other thing. A lot of people invoke God and the Bible. Kevin said something that really hit me a while back. We don't take an oath to do what is politically expedient. We don't take an oath to do the will of the people. We take an oath to follow the law.
And so what is the law? I mean, that's what we really strictly have to follow. What does the law say? The law in Texas for decades is very pro-development, very pro-private property rights. I've quoted you state Supreme Court cases, AG opinions, on and on and on. We've been through this. And it's you can look at the Republican platform right now, today, and it's very pro-private property rights. Very less regulation, less bureaucracy, less government, all of that stuff, and now it's come home to roost. And you don't have a lot of power to just do whatever you want. You don't. It's not unlimited. It's limited power. It's limited power, and that's the way Texas has wanted it for decades. They wanted the government to have limited power. We've cheered when companies have moved here from California. Yay! Less government, more capitalism. Well, now it's come home to roost, and people are upset about that, but we can't just do whatever we want. You can bring Deborah up here, whatever. I mean, I've been wrestling with this, getting the same insults and threats for 6 months that y'all have been getting, and I'm trying to follow the law. Okay? I'm trying to follow the law. And that's what we're all wrestling with. And it's scary to see what Hill County just got hit with. I mean, they did a moratorium and everybody cheers. Yay, you've got the stones to do a moratorium. Good for you, Hill County. And then boom, $100 million lawsuit. They go into executive session last week. Their lawyer slaps them upside the head, says, what are you doing? They come out and they rescind it. I mean, it's going to stack up. We're in the hundreds of thousands for litigation. We're just getting started. We've got 2 going now. And the threat that not everybody knows about, let's say that you do blow up Ryan Hughes. Let's say that that project fails because we get in the way of it. They're threatening that if you blow up our project, where's my $500 million? Not just from his profit, but from the landowner's profit. Because they're going to sell for way, way, way over market value so that they can do the project. So if he says, okay, because of your illegal activities or whatever, because of your stonewalling and making up new stuff or whatever, he says in the lawsuit, you blew up my project and I'm out $500 million. Give me my $500 million. Now, you're playing a pretty high-stakes game of Russian roulette with the county's money and the county's future. Okay? Maybe he's bluffing and maybe he's not. Okay? But this is scary. I don't want to be on the hook for that, and it is something to consider and something that I know y'all are considering. Maybe it's an idle threat. Maybe he's a poser. Maybe he's a fraud. If he's a fraud, he's never going to build a data center anyway. If he doesn't know what he's doing, he'll never get there anyway, even if you give him a green light. But what if he's not? What if he's not? And we are wrestling with how do we follow the law. And I was up here in February getting screamed at again for saying you can't do a moratorium. And so I'm going to say something publicly. I'm going to stick my neck out there. And I talked to Kevin about this just yesterday. Okay? I'm going to say this to everybody. I stuck my neck out there and said, you can't do a moratorium. Everybody got mad at me for that. So here's the deal. If the AG comes back and says, yes, you can do a moratorium, you can do a moratorium, and you got it wrong, you can do a moratorium, I won't run for re-election. You'll find a new county. Here's what I want from the crowd. Here's what I want from everybody else. If the AG comes back and says that I'm right and that you cannot do a moratorium, I want some apologies. I want some people saying, I'm sorry for letting you up. I see you, Mr. Morgan. Okay, so you have very little at stake, very little to offer, very little to do. All I want is, if the AG comes back and says you cannot do a moratorium, I want some people to say, I'm sorry. I just want a couple of people to say, I apologize, you were right, Mr. Mills. I want that a few times.
If you're wrong?
I told you, if I'm wrong, you can find a new county attorney in the next election. Okay? You got it? If I'm wrong on that, Kevin, are you with me?
I'm with you.
Kevin's with me.
Okay? Check. Okay, if we're wrong on that,
They got one foot in the grave.
you got us on record, okay? We are not going at this again, okay? But I'm telling you, I'm following the law as best I can when I'm trying to advise the county of what best to do, okay? And I said that on the moratorium. Some of these other things are a little bit of a gray area. Some of these things are not quite as cut and dry. I feel like the moratorium is pretty cut and dry, okay? So I stuck my neck out there and I said that twice. And we had Jim Allison say that you can't do it. We had Deborah say you can't do it. We have ample Supreme Court cases say you can't do it. And people wanted you to do it anyway. So here we are. But I'm sorry that I'm ranting. I'm sorry I'm worked up. But when you get called a crook for 6 months by people who don't even know you, it's sad and infuriating. I'm trying to follow the law. I'm trying to avoid endless litigation where we don't really have the goods because the state of Texas has crippled counties. The state of Texas does not allow county government to do whatever it wants. And I had this conversation with Kevin. I'm on a roll here, I guess. I've got a probably bigger tinfoil hat than most people in the county. One thing that I'm worried about in terms of my health, I'm freaked out about 5G towers, okay? Now, you can disagree all you want, but I think they're bad. I think they cause cancer and health problems, and they're getting built wherever. So what if I came to the Commissioner's Court and I said, stop all the 5G towers? What are you going to say? What are you going to say? Stop all the 5G towers. Stop the 5G tower. What are you going to say? What are you going to say?
I have no authority.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I mean, and that's the thing. I'm not denying that we've got water concerns. I'm not denying. I mean, I live here too. I'm concerned about the water. I'm concerned about noise, emissions, traffic. I drive on the same roads that y'all drive on. I'm concerned about these things too. But what do you have the authority to regulate under the law? And how do you uphold your oath to follow the law? That's what we're wrestling with. Deborah, jump up here, please. I mean, you're the one being paid $300 an hour to advise us. You know.
Deborah, come on up to speak, but just don't give enough to waive attorney-client privilege.
Right, yeah.
On the thing. We've heard enough, Mr. Lowry, from you. I call upon our
What? I wouldn't put stage my political career on the AG because, as you know, the AG just gives advice. It's not a court of law. It doesn't make a final decision. A court of law does.
Okay.
The AG renders an opinion.
Well, yeah, courts issue opinions too. But here's the AG is I was told, oh, you're wrong. Subchapter K, we can do a moratorium. I was told that multiple times. And I was told, go seek an AG opinion. This court told me, go seek an AG opinion. So I did.
It's an opinion.
Okay, but you're already hedging your bets, Mr. Lowry, because if it comes in against you, you're going to say, well, it's just an opinion. It's just the AG. It's worthless. It's not a court opinion.
I think subchapter K needs to be challenged in the court of law.
Okay, and we've got 2 lawsuits already, and we may have more to come. I'm doing the best I can with what is the AG going to do. Now, we're probably not going to hear until November because he's not going to do something controversial during the election, so it'll be November, December before we hear back. But that's the Attorney General of Texas, who most of y'all probably just voted for senator.
Nothing to do with
So,
who's running what else.
okay. I mean, it is a weighty matter to have an AG opinion weigh in on. I mean, that is the best that we can get without spending $1 bajillion in litigation. I mean, that's another option.
Okay.
We're already spending a lot. We got 2 going now. Go ahead, Deborah.
Give you just summarize what we can do and what is your legal advice here to the Commissioner's Court.
They're actually listening. Imagine that. So you have my opinion. You have it in writing. It is a confidential attorney-client privileged document. Pardon my, I almost lost the voice.
But
You have,
summarize, just give us.
yeah, so basically, I agree with Commissioner Andrews, who says we seem to have forgotten this is a two-step process. We seem to have forgotten there is the concept, well, actually, there's the preliminary conversation with the Director of Development. Then there is the concept plan stage, which has some requirements, some preliminary requirements of what the project is they're thinking about doing. After that, once they have conditional approval or flat-out approval, the conditions are met at the site development plan stage. Your regs, which Comanche Circle will be required to comply with for the site development plan stage, are over 30 pages worth of things that have to be done. Those are the things that are required at that stage. Unfortunately, the court's directive from January was requiring things, first of all, within 45 days, which you can't do that. You cannot put a limit on when they have to comply with that, other than before you're going to be approved for your site development plan. So, in my opinion, all the things that are required at the site development plan are required at the site development plan stage, not the concept plan stage. And I've advised you today that you should allow Comanche Circle, Sailfish, to continue with Comanche Circle site development plan stage to move forward.
And that's based upon the law. Is this based?
This is based upon your regulations, which are based on the law in Chapter 231, Subchapter K.
That's right. So the county only gets what the Constitution and the legislature gives us the rights. That's all we can do.
That's right, and counties all over the state are begging for a special session. Help us, Texas legislature, with these data centers. Help us, give us some authority. We're waiting.
Good. Thank you.
I have spent hours and hours of discussion, talking to people, looking at this thing, trying to find it. And it's not there. 231K allows us to write development regulations and do the 8 things. We don't get to change the rules in the middle and write these retroactively. We have our development regulations in place with the 8 things that we can regulate through 231K. The state intentionally, the state of Texas, and we celebrate that. We say, don't California my Texas. We celebrate the fact that the state, that this state largely shuns regulation from the government. Nobody in here is saying, let's have Comanche Peak without somebody looking over it. We understand that there is some reasonable legislation that needs to happen. I understand that there's reasonable legislation that needs to happen with data centers, noise, water. These things, we need the state to act on these things. They have intentionally and willfully not given that authority to counties. I can sit down and take you through 231 and show you where we talk about light pollution. There are 2 places that counties are authorized to deal with light. It's around a military base or an observatory. They did not give that power to Hood County. We don't have that. They intentionally withheld it from us. And there are so many things. We do not have zoning or land use authority. The other 7 subchapters in 231 that are similar to K, every one of them allow zoning. and land use. They did not give that to Hood County. The purpose behind 231 was we had a pollution problem in the lake. We had failing septic systems all over the shores over here, and lots that were too close together to have adequate septic systems. They gave us authorities to clean that up, to require different population densities, different requirements for septic. Heck, it let us have parks. Not all counties can have parks. Big county can. That's one of the authorities in subject. We don't have the authority to stop these things. This state has intentionally taken that authority from counties.
Have any of you petitioned the state for help?
We have. We passed a resolution that said, please have a special session to deal with this.
Did you get a response?
Nothing.
Then
And
ask again.
We're not going to have a response. Here's the deal. The entire House of Representatives is up for election in November. They're not going to take this up before an election. It's too controversial. They're not going to take this up and potentially lose votes or representatives in the legislature. They're not going to do it. Abbott is not going to take this up before November.
Then slow walk it until November.
But that's where we are. Here's where we are today. This is the crux of it, okay? We have 2 lawsuits going right this minute. So we have to kind of be careful about some of the things that we say up here too, okay? I can't say everything that I need to say because we have 2 lawsuits going on. And I think that would impair our ability in those, okay? We have 2 going right now. This is not a hill to die on. This is not the one to spend all this. When there's another step down the way, there is a site development plan that they have to meet every single one of these conditions. We're changing the rules in the middle. So,
Under the same.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we were probably the first county that passed a resolution in January to call for a special session. It's out, under the county clerk has all the resolutions that have passed. It's under January, it's under resolutions. We're gonna pull that. I mean, after we sent that, it was forwarded by, I think, Representative Slauson and Senator Birdwell, attached to a letter that they sent to Governor Abbott back in January or February. So now that there are hearings happening. There's one on the 23rd that we won't be able to go to because we have Commissioners Court, but there is a hearing on the 23rd in Austin about data centers. I'm not sure if it's specifically looking at water usage or what aspects of it.
Yes, it is.
It's water usage. Okay, thank you. And then, there's other ones that are happening as the summer goes by. There's a commissioner in Jen Cronauer, where is she? Kamal County, thank you. That is, I guess they've started hearing about it, or they have some in their county as well, but she's trying to collect all of the resolutions that have passed in various counties all together to put it in one bundle. She's very active in the Austin political environment, so she's collecting those. I sent her our resolution yesterday. So we are petitioning the legislature to do things, but I'm not sure they're going to do anything until next session, which means that if any laws change, it probably won't be effective until either May or September or June. And it wouldn't, all of these data centers they would affect future projects, I'm afraid. So that's where we are on the resolutions. If you weren't here in January, she just had it up. She took it down. But as far as, are you going to talk about anything? I would just say that is Mitch still here? Mitch Moore and Laura Crawford Crawford. Your comments were very insightful. So I'll just say that for now.
Just one question. Under the emergency preparations regulations that are embodied in you as a county, can that only be acted on under the site plan, or can it be acted on before that? That is, with the information you have. And we deal with the issues of thermal fire considerations. We deal with traffic congestion, which we know is on the table with the TDOT master highway plan. And perhaps that was added after some of these applications were made. But it would seem to me that somehow that level of complexity confuses and perhaps precludes consideration of a number of these applications in some fashion or way. The law is a cauldron, constantly boiling with case laws, opinions, and I get all of the reactions, but you kind of look for some common sense, a thread of common sense in here about what you can and can't do, and you've got the elections. I get that. But I come back to again, the practical side. Is there anything that can be done? And you need a legal hit on the emergency aspect of the capability you have to stop a project if you feel right now, given what you know, you cannot approve that project because of the emergency considerations that you are facing on a particular situation. I mean, I'm asking the question.
So you're saying based on the impact to emergency services?
Well, we deal with
the
pecan plantation, for example, which has two egress, ingress sites, which is if you run an AI analysis on that, and I've done it on two different AI applications, they both predict a mass casualty potential, mass casualty potential. So you're dealing with some considerations.
That's what the department has been, and we've been talking about that, the two exits forever, to try to get something else on it that's been brought up, that's been a consideration on the deal. So, this could go on. I began this by saying, hey, everybody here is against data centers. I said that. And there's nothing we're going to be able to tell you about that that's going to satisfy that, except if we pass a law that says no data centers, which you're asking us for something we cannot do. We took an oath to follow the law, the Constitution of the state of Texas and the U.S. Constitution, and that's what we're doing. That's why we brought in an outside legal counsel who's an expert on this. No other court has had to face data centers. It's a case of first impression. If any of y'all needed a divorce, I was the best. Look me up. I can handle a divorce. Donna. But in this law, it really no law. And that's what the problem is the people that's doing it. Mr. Cascade, I'm going to give you 10 seconds, please.
Sir, I would just ask that you at least require a drainage study. Your concept plan phase requires a drainage study, and what has been presented is comical.
Well, it also has to pass this at the site development deal too. At the site development is where it's really, we have the control.
I would just like to see the court be creative and hold this project up. You can certainly find one area where you can hold them up.
The drainage plan, the preliminary drainage plan, the purpose of that is to be able to get what water sheds off of this property as it currently sits. The comprehensive drainage plan has to limit the volume and the velocity of the water coming off of that project. The way that you know which one, or if you're exceeding those limits, is you have to have a preliminary drainage study that tells you those numbers coming off.
I would like to see just a real preliminary drainage study.
It's on there, the topography and the the offshoots and that kind of thing, so that you can calculate, the engineers can calculate that stuff.
So,
to get the
Kevin,
confidence of drainage.
there's no need for you to ask for concept plans if that's the case.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, and I think that I've said that in court. Do we need a concept plan at all, or does it just need to go straight to the site development? It's,
The attorney just said it was.
I better take a fifth on this, I better shut up, because we're in, anyway. All right. With that, I'll make a motion that Sailfish has satisfactorily responded to the county's conditional approval letter, and Sailfish may proceed to site development.
Okay. A motion has been made by Commissioner Andrews that Sailfish has satisfactorily responded to the county's conditional approval letter and may proceed to the site development stage plans. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion?
Yes. I'll just say that when Mitch Moore was at the mic and Ms. Crawford were at the mic, they're very insightful comments. There's been nothing sent to this court since the original concept plan. So how they can now have satisfied the conditions is beyond.
Yes. Nothing.
Wow.
All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay. The ayes have it, 3-1. Yeah. You proceed with this. Okay, handle the rest of your announcements. So,
Next
we
agenda.
discuss and consider the final plat of Marlene 15 edition. What do you recommend?
Staff recommends approval as presented.
Okay, that's it. Make a motion.
I move that we approve the final plat of Marlene 15 edition, lots 1 and 2, block 1.
Commissioner Wilson, made a motion to approve the final plat of Marlene 15 edition.
Excuse me, we can't hear you. We haven't been able to hear anything that's going on with the other items on the agenda.
It's on.
Can you hear?
Is it on? Okay. Second by Commissioner Wilson. All those in favor, say aye.
Hear the motion.
Opposed? Any opposed, say nay. Okay.
Sir, we're not hearing anything in the commotion.
Well, come on up here and move closer, right here, right here. Second
I
by-
understand that there were some people that were leaving during that, but there are some of us that would love to hear the entire meeting agenda.
Well, good, have a seat.
If
Yes,
you would
ma'am.
have paused for 1 second to where we could listen and be
Please,
engaged.
well, I want you to listen. Have a seat. Okay, item C.
We have a public hearing to discuss and consider the replat of Cordova Ranch 5B, lots 15R and 16R, block 7, precinct 3.
Okay. You've got to go into a public hearing. So as at 5 after 12, we are convening into a public hearing.
This replat is being done, this property is located in the rural district in precinct 3. We serve the Amud water, or actually, rural, serve the Amud water and Amud sewer. This plat is being done to combine, to create two larger lots from 3 lots. The replat will be creating a 15R, which is 0.673 of an acre. Lot 16R, which will be 0.838 of an acre. There's no public infrastructure associated with this replat. These lots will access existing private road, ledge, and trail. All comments have been addressed.
Is there anybody here that would will make a comment on the replat of the Cordova Ranch? If not, at 6 minutes after 12, we are convening back in the Commissioner's Court Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the replat of Day Grove Ranch 5B, lots 15R and 16R, block 7.
Okay, a motion made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the replat of Day Grove Ranch 5B, lots 15R, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. All right, item number B, D, will go into a public hearing at 7 minutes after 12 to discuss the replat of Sierra Blanca.
This replat is the replat of Sierra Blanca Phase 1, lots 3R and 5R in Precinct 3. This property is located in the Water Quality District in Precinct 3 and will be served by AMUD Water and is served by on-site sewage facilities. This replat is being done to create 2 larger lots from 3 lots. The replat will be creating lot 3R, which will be 1.52 acres, and lot 4R, which is 1.175 acres. All comments have been addressed. There's no public infrastructure proposed with this replat, and they'll be accessing existing county road, Ray Road.
Okay, is there anybody here to offer any comments or question on the Sierra Blanca phase? If not, at 8 minutes after 12, we'll convene back in the Commissioner's Court. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the replat of Sierra Blanca Phase 1, lots 3R and 5R, block 3.
Second.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the replat of Sierra Blanca Phase 1, lots 3R and 5R, seconded by Commissioner Commissioner Sanderson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. All right, the next deal, public hearing to discuss and consider the replat of Comanche Harbor. So at 8 minutes after 12, we are convening into a public hearing. Yes, sir.
This replat is a replat of Comanche Harbor Section E, lots 13R and 15R, block 9. Property is located in the Water Quality District in Precinct 1 and is served by public water and on-site sewage facilities. This replat is being done to create 2 larger lots from 3 lots. This replat will be creating lot 13R, which is 0.449 of an acre, and block 15R, which is 0.407 of an acre. There is no public infrastructure associated with this replat. These lots will be accessing the existing Comanche Cove Drive.
Okay, is there anyone here to discuss or make a comment regarding the Comanche Harbor Section 8? If not, at 9 minutes after 12, we're convening back into Commissioner's Court. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Judge, I'll make a motion to approve the replat of Comanche Harbor Section F, lots 13 through 15, block 9.
Okay, a motion made by Commissioner Andrews to approve the replat of Comanche Harbor Section E, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. Item number 5, set a public hearing for the replat of Timberview. What date do you have?
July 14th, sir.
Okay. July 14th is the replat of Timberview Preserve Phase 2, lots 22R and 23R. All those in
Well, I'll make a motion to set a public hearing for the replat of Timberview Preserve Phase 2, lots 22R and 23R for July.
I have a public comment.
Yeah.
I have a public comment, if you would. It's just a question, because I work with Acton Municipal Utility District as the superintendent. This one, and I'm beginning to realize the other ones, I personally have not received an easement release request.
Well,
So it's not affecting it, but it does make me question, like, are these being done?
There's already a house on this one, they just do it so you can have a vote up.
Okay, all right, just making sure I see replats and.
Well, this is sort of the public hearing, so motion is made by Commissioner Commissioner Andrew to approve the date of July 14, 2026 as stated with to approve the replat of Timberview for Preserve Phase, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Clarify that was to set the public hearing on that day.
Yes. Said July 14, 2026. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 4-0 unanimous. Now we're going back to the citizens' comments at large. Do we have any?
Yeah. I'm sure probably a lot of people have left. We had 12. So it's 2.5 minutes apiece.
Okay, now the citizens' comments at large. You have about 2.5 minutes apiece?
Yes.
Okay. The first speaker is Kenneth Metter.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Kenneth Metter. I live in the Biloxi area of the county. We're just going to read you something today, and Christine should have a copy of this that can be put up on the screen. This is the Health and Safety Code, Section 121.003, Powers of Municipalities and Counties. Section A, the governing body of a municipality or the Commissioners Court of a county may enforce any law that is reasonably necessary to protect the public health. Repeating it says that they may enforce any law that is necessary to protect the public health. B, the governing bodies of the municipalities and the Commissioners Courts of counties may cooperate with one another in making necessary improvements and providing services to promote the public health in accordance with Chapter 791 of Interlocal Cooperation Contracts of the Government Code. Section C, the Commissioners Court of a county may grant authority under this section to a county employee who is trained by a health authority appointed by the county under Section 121.021, which is the health authority by a local health department established under Section 121.031, or by a public health district under Section 121.041, and who is not a peace officer. The court may grant the employee the power to issue a citation in an unincorporated area of the county to enforce any law or order of the Commissioners Court that is reasonably necessary to protect the public health. A citation issued under this subsection must state the name of the person cited, the violation of the charge, and the time and place the person is required to appear in court. If a person who receives a citation under the subsection fails to appear on the return date of the citation, the court may issue a warrant for the person's arrest for the violation described in the citation. This is created in Acts of 1989, amended by Acts of 1991, and further amended by Acts in 2015. So this section of the law gives the court, the Commissioners Court, the authority to enforce any law on the books that is reasonably necessary to protect the public health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is T.J. Rigby.
Hi there. First, I just want to say I appreciate y'all sitting there and facing the firing squad and answering our questions. You cleared some things up for me, so I appreciate that. As a community, my biggest issue and my anger coming in has just been the feeling that it feels like our elected officials don't have our backs. And I'm making suggestions to y'all that is the perceptive image and that is the problem. I know sometimes you're legally bound by certain things, but also you can also say we're going to follow the letter of the law, but we do not approve of you. We do not like you. We do not want you. Okay? I understand that you've passed a resolution for a special session. We're asking that you just be more persistent. Be a bigger thorn in the side of the higher authorities. Okay? And as far as being sued You guys did take an oath to uphold the law and the Constitution. Am I correct? The word Constitution. Okay, so the Constitution does have parts in it where there is a process for challenging laws, and that is through the court system, through the challenge and appeal. So that's what we're asking you to do, is to keep pushing there. I know it's going to cost us money. I mean, I don't know what to say about that. Other than I do feel like there was a period based on just, I feel like at some point this court sat on its hands between Bitcoin and here, where there was a little place where y'all could have maybe done something so you're not changing the rules in the middle, and you didn't. All right, so to start telling us it's going to cost us money, that's not our fault. And then just as far as the word regulations come up a lot and how Texas doesn't like regulations, that's not correct. Texas doesn't like local regulation. Texas is fine with state regulation. Texas will regulate the hell out of whatever it wants from the state level. It is taking y'all's power. And so to circle back around, I'm asking that you guys petition more and push more at the lawmaker level to give you more power and to defend us from what's coming and, if possible, what's happened. Because we blinked and opened our eyes. We have 8 data centers on top of us, and that's not fair. It's not fair.
Thank you.
I appreciate you all.
Okay. Carolyn Lee. Mark Lowry.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you for showing up today. Shows your bravery. I want to talk about processes and accountability. To run a good business, including government is a business, you have to have good processes in place and have accountability. Over the last 3 county commissioners' courts, I've seen some interesting things. Issue number 1, there was a letter to be voted on by the commissioners' court from the judge's desk. And when the judge was asked, he had no idea or clue where the information was created for this letter to be signed off on. It went back and forth from Commissioner Andrews and the development director, and I never was clear on where the information came from to create that letter. How does this letter submitted for the judge's signature not have people identified, not having who created the information in that letter? Poor business practices. On the May 26th, Project Spectrum was presented despite pleas from the citizens to table it. There was a question asked by them, did you submit any more documentations since the January proposal? And the representative said yes, he submitted documents March 16th. He asked who to. It was clearly the development director. What I don't understand is why we didn't then ask the development director to come up and ask him if that was in fact true. You know, in the court of law, if someone makes a statement, you say, is that true or not true? If the development director would have been asked that question, he would have most likely answered, yes, I received it. So then the next question should have been, why didn't those March 16th documents received by him get pushed out to the rest of the commissioners and or the development director? Now, maybe you all have information that I don't have, much like what happened earlier today. There was still confusion on that, in my opinion. Continuing, in the discussion of process and accountability, the May 26th agenda, number 5, where the 3-member court voted for the Motorola Solutions DFR, drone first responders. You all got invited to a demonstration. Did any of you go? The answer from the sheriff's office was no. Did you read the proposal? Because when you read it through, it's actually a $432,000 obligation over 5 years. You all saying it was going to be supported by the grant money, $112,000 going to be first year by the grant. Well, now we find out we can't get the grant money back. You're committing resources, taxpayers' money, to projects without any mindset and thinking about this stuff through. Further, I'll continue at the next one on the flock discussion. Processes and accountability to run a good business plan, and we are a business.
Apache Hills, third time I've asked. I still don't have an answer, and that is, did the Hood County officially approve this particular project? I still have never had an answer. Or was it the state of Texas, or was it PUC or ERCOT? Andy Wolford, the other evening at the Development Committee, basically made a case that there were 16 deficiencies in the Apache Hills project, and there has been no response to that. I'm sure Jeff Youngs would do that, hopefully. But I guess the question arises, when we talk about process, if you come up with negative observations and considerations and they're not resolved, can you stop the project? Or is it going to be, no, it's too far along, we can't do anything about that, too much money has been invested? So I think there is a consideration here of stop the music, and can we stop something that is basically dangerous to a nearby facility? In this case, we're talking about Rainbow Daycare Center, Children's Daycare Center, which I continue to have a major concern about when you're talking about 50 children, 10 adults. And Baker Botts, in a separate note, had said that they're going to build a robust firewall around that particular facility, which is 200 feet from the daycare center. That's about the minimum they can do, or maximum, however you look at it, but usually you're 200 feet to 1,000 feet away from education institutions. This one is uptight at 200 feet. An evacuation plan probably isn't going to get the entire job done. There are so many emergency preparations, which it seems to be, to me, have not been built into the process here, that I don't know how anyone with a good conscience and common sense could approve the completion of that facility, period. The other item I'd like to comment on is with regard to doing had to do it, and I'm sorry I'm running time, but I did an AI run on just general problems that you would run into with respect to any of the operations that are going on. And the conclusion was that the new highway plan, master highway plan, was going to cause major problems to Hood County because it would undoubtedly lead to evacuation issues and considerations related to emergency responses. Unless you have a major study, so to speak, regarding that, along with mutual aid, fire response, you really have no ability to properly respond to all of the complexities of that particular situation. It's a much bigger issue than one item. It's a multiple layered item consideration.
Thank you, sir. All right, the next speaker is Bonnie Rowley.
I promise I'm not going to talk about a data center. I just want you to understand, Texas has this big hands-off. We let people do whatever they want on their property. They let builders come in and do whatever they please. I just want you to understand what's happening with all this massive housing developments and everything that are going in to the people that are here, and all of a sudden they find themselves just absolutely crushed with homes all around us. I do have a little background in knowing, understanding building. I have sit there and watched houses around me. One of them in particular, they ran out of the plywood that you put around the 2x4s before you put your siding on. A major construction piece of equipment to hold your house in. They ran out. I watched them fold up cardboard, put it on the wall, put their siding over. I just had 3 houses. It was higher than my house. They just stripped it clear of all the trees. It had a dry creek behind it that caught all the rain coming from the hills, stopped it from coming to our home. and it would go down, and they go to the water and head on out. Because they did this, they bulldozed it, pushed it all towards our homes. This rain last week, we now are all the homes that are with that got mud in our backyards. They completely violated the Texas law where they cannot change water. Can we do anything about it? No. I have watched homes go from totally tree covered to a house standing there in 1 week. They didn't follow any of the common sense things when they poured their concrete. They poured it in 110 degrees. No water, nothing to keep it so the inside would dry. The outside dried so fast. I feel sorry for those people's homes. Within maybe 5 years or less, it's going to crumble. This is what's happening when we have no one overseeing these builders. We have so many people in our community right now that are crying that bought brand new homes that are falling apart around them. They can't get a hold of the builder. They're still within that year of where the builder's supposed to help them out because they've dissolved their LLCs already. And they've gone on, and we've tracked some of them, and they've already started new LLCs and building new homes someplace else in this community. This is what the people are dealing with, and why they're so upset from the fact that nobody is paying attention to that they are being run over by all of this. I came from a state where we did have regulation, and they couldn't go until they at least were inspected. Nobody comes to inspect. I would ask somebody, I says, how did they put that house up in 1 week? Where's the inspectors? And they go, there's no inspectors. This is what we're dealing with. So
Thank
please.
you. The next speaker is Lana Robinson. Next speaker is Gary Davis.
He's gone.
Next speaker is Nikki Sobchak.
Hi. So when I signed up to speak, I was planning on speaking at the beginning of the meeting. I just wanted to announce that we're having a public event on June 20th at the Brazos Drive-In. It will be from 10 a.m. till 5 p.m. and anyone who is interested in signing petitions against data centers, we would invite you to come. We have county petitions, we have city petitions, and now we have a list of possible interested parties for a class action lawsuit. I also wanted to just let you know a little something about planning. Concept plans are there to assess whether you have adequate public facilities to even consider moving forward with the project. Waiting until a site plan, you guys don't review site plans. Who's going to review that? So when you have a project that's going to dump 2,000 to 5,000 cars on the road, you need a traffic study to tell you if there are adequate public facilities. You have the ability to say, our county roads cannot support 5,000 more roads, or more cars on the road, therefore come back to us with a plan for how you're going to widen the roads to support your proposed development. That's what a concept plan is for. That's why your own adopted rules say that you need to prove that there's adequate public facilities before moving forward. By allowing somebody to proceed with the site plan, you have moved this from an imaginary project where there is no money that they could be awarded in a court case to a project where they're going to start spending money and they do have a real claim against you. You have insurance to cover you if you deny projects that are not able to be supported by the existing public infrastructure. Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Davis.
She's gone.
The next speaker is Mary Jo Blomquist. The next speaker is Christine Leftwich. Christine, could you
I'm
do-
coming up, I'm gonna come up.
Okay.
I can't control this and that. All right. Grab my notes, sorry.
I've only got it partially on there, but what I'm sharing is an excerpt from the Texas Association of Counties Handbook on Local Government Code 232 subdivision regulations. And
On the first page of this, which you can't see, it says zoning authority in certain counties, chapter 231 grants specific zoning and land use regulatory powers to certain counties. And I just want to focus on those words, zoning, regulatory, to adopt zoning or planning regulations in special context. So again, zoning, planning regulations. And then when you go to the next page, it says Hood County, all unincorporated areas. And there's no ambiguity in that. So I feel like there's been some interpretation of this erroneously, because I feel like, when an entourage of lawyers comes in here and tells us that we don't have the authority to regulate, I respectfully disagree. I think that this has been underutilized. I hope that we get a legal challenge, because I definitely think there needs to be clarification on this. There is no ambiguity in all. If you are not in the city limit, it is an unincorporated area. I greatly appreciate being appointed to the Development Commission. I am hoping that the Development Commission will become more intimately involved in the processes of this county. I think we need to have a paradigm shift. We have to stop saying what we can't do and start looking at what we can do. And we need to utilize the powers that we've been given. We are working on our regulations. I did get a hold of the Hill County checklist that they signed on June 4th. And the Development Commission will be working with Rees and Nichols to look at some of their ideas that we haven't yet put in. But I do think, and I agree that we need the state to step in as well. So I'm headed to state convention tomorrow for the Republican Party. Data centers are very much a hot topic down there. There will be several symposiums, and hopefully we can get some attention of some legislatures.
Thank you. The last speaker is Donna Keller.
So I was asking a few questions about where's the money? Where's the money? Why did Texas do this? Why did Texas roll open the map and say, come on in? And by the way, Mr. Developer, you don't have to pay tax on electricity, and your unincorporated counties don't have a way to defend themselves. So where's the money? And I got to thinking about the Bitcoin, about how horrible that is. And I got to thinking about, well, is Bitcoin taxable? Is there sales tax on Bitcoin? Is there sales tax on data services? Is there sales tax on web hosting? Is there sales tax on cryptocurrency? Is there sales tax on cloud services? And guess what? Go to the comptroller's website. All data services are subject to state sales tax. So now, that's a lot of money. 6.25% of all of these data services are going to put money in the state of Texas's pocket. And as a state with no income tax, no state income tax, we rely on state sales tax. So maybe they were onto something. Where does that leave us? There are 140 counties in the state of Texas that have 0.5% as the amount of sales tax that's collected for the county. So out of 6.75%, 6.25% goes to the state, and 0.5% comes to Hood County. Now, if you're in the city of Granbury, they get 0.5% to the county, and the city of Granbury gets another 1.5%. So I asked myself, what does that mean for us? I took a look at Bitcoin. And Mara Holdings, they just put $1.1 billion of Bitcoin out on the market. So for every 5, so that's 5 million for us. Okay? What's the maximum sales tax rate that a county can charge in the state of Texas? 2%. So, 140 counties are charging 0.5%, and the others are charging more. What's it take for us to charge more? Because I guarantee you, those data services don't want to pay taxes. And they don't want to pay tax on their revenues. Sales taxes are based upon their revenues. So there are a bunch of conditions. They have to have over $500,000 in sales. And all of them qualify. So we should be collecting sales tax. I haven't done the database search yet, but the comptroller allows you.
That's a good point, though, but you need to take that up as a project and send it to the.
I'm going to audit and find out if we've collected our sales tax from Bitcoin.
That requires an election to
To raise the sales tax?
Yes. And
Public comments at large, I just want to remind everybody.
you're right.
Pardon
I
me?
can't speak right now. This is not an agenda item. I'm sorry. Catch
Oh.
up with me. That's it.
No problem. I just want to put it out there because that's a lot of money.
Okay, well, that's great, I hope it works. All right, our next item under miscellaneous business to be discussed is that pursuant to local code.
Excuse me, I had signed up for this section.
Oh, for open comments?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry. Come on up. I must have missed that. Is that all right? Can you come up?
Yes.
My apologies.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon. My comments at this open session relate back to the approval process for Project Spectrum. And they're going to tie in a little bit with Mr. Lowry's questions about process. So following the conditional approval of the Project Spectrum concept plan, the development director issued a letter listing additional requirements. Documents that were intended to fulfill these requirements were transmitted to the development director on March 19th. That submittal contained 484 pages of material, within which there were 5 scientific or engineering studies. These studies are the comprehensive drainage plan, the endangered species assessment, the traffic impact analysis, the erosion control plan, and the hydraulic evaluation. I don't know how this material was handled by the county staff, and there were questions raised earlier. I have questions. Were all commissioners provided with this submittal before the May 26th court hearing? Who reviewed these 5 studies for correct scope and assumptions, technical correctness, compliance with standard practices, accuracy, and validity and soundness of the results? The qualifications of the people necessary to generate these types of studies are substantial and specialized. Of those 5 studies, I count up 29 specific disciplines and experience that are needed. For example, a hydraulic evaluation would require the following disciplines to contribute: a hydraulic engineer, a hydrologist, a hydraulic engineer, a hydraulic technician, an environmental scientist, and a surveyor or GIS specialist. From open records on the county website, the only documentation indicating a review was conducted was a letter from Ms. Deborah Mergel, attorney with Bajorquez Law Firm, the county's outside counsel. Ms. Mergel's LinkedIn profile lists her degree as Doctor of Jurisprudence from Texas Tech School of Law. All of her listed experiences are attorney positions. There's no indication she possesses experience in engineering, science, construction, environment, hydrology, etc. However, she stated in her 525 letter advising you, the commissioners, that the document submittal, including their engineering and scientific studies, appears to address and appears to satisfy the applicable conditions and technical requirements previously identified by the county. In my world, Commissioners, technical studies are undertaken to assess and inform stakeholders of certain aspects or effects caused by a proposed project. They are undertaken by technical experts, and in turn they are reviewed by other technical experts to assess feasibility, support informed decision, mitigate risk, optimize, and build decision confidence. Peer review is a cardinal requirement of the scientific process that helps ensure research is evaluated, critiqued, and improved before accepted. I'm asking the Commission to value and respect this process. Anything short of valuing it undermines confidence and sends an insincere message to those who would develop in Hood County, which will reward those who would abuse the land and harm the people.
Thank you, sir.
I have one more comment, and that is, may I make a suggestion? I've heard a lot of elevated discussion and concern about compliance with the conceptual plan submittal process. Let me just suggest, get rid of the concept plan step for industrial facilities.
Thank you. All right, now, back to miscellaneous business to be discussed and considered for approval. Item number 1, pursuant to Local Government Code 152.014, take appropriate action for the county judge to draw names from the Salary Grievance Committee from a pool of citizens who served on a grand jury in Hood County during the preceding calendar year. I have before me a list that I have gotten, I assume from you, right, Ms. Lethbridge? And the first one is Ethan Wolf. The second one is Cameron Ball. The third is Justin Wilson. Fourth is David Oakley. The fifth is Amber Light Lilly. The next is Carol Rummage. The next is Jalen Sherrill. The next is Rosalind Robertson. That's Roberson. The next is Jan Deedke, Dedke. The next is Megan Davis. How many do you need, Christine?
I think we're supposed to do, I was thinking it was 12.
I've done more than 12 though, haven't I?
You've done 10.
10.
How many have I done?
10.
10? Let me do some more in case somebody can't serve or whatever. Elaine Blake, Jason Park, Gerald Reynolds, Ian Gregory, Matthew Tuke, T-U-U-K, Rita Grobele, Groblebe, and Starlin Tull. That should be enough. I'm going to put the other alternates, I'm going to fold those in half and put those back in the envelope and put these other names back in this envelope for you, Christine, okay? Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the appropriate action for the judge to call names for the grievance committee. Second by Commissioner Sanderson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion passes 4-0. The next item, authorizing the county judge to sign the City of Granbury's event application approving the use of the historic courthouse parking lot beginning at 12 a.m. Thursday, July 2nd through 6 p.m. Sunday, July 5th for the Chamber of Commerce Hometown 4th of July celebration. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we authorize the judge to sign the City of Granbury's event application approving the use of the historic courthouse parking lot beginning at 12 a.m. Thursday, July 2nd through 6 p.m. Sunday, July 5th for the Chamber of Commerce Hometown 4th of July celebration.
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to approve authorize the judge to sign the Granbury's event application approving the use of the historic courthouse parking lot at the stated times and dates. Seconded by Commissioner Sanderson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. The next item, discuss and take appropriate action to remove the item due dates listed on the Hood County Commissioners Court date schedule for June 25th and June 29th. This is just so that
Administrative, there was extra week in between the two courts, and we missed that when we were creating the calendar.
okay. All right. So anybody want to make a motion on that?
I move that we remove the item due dates listed on the Hood County Commissioners Court date schedule for July 25th and June 29th. Or in June 25th and June 29th, excuse me.
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner.
Does this not cascade all the way through?
No, it was just extra. There were extra in there.
So the 25th and 29th are really the 2nd and the 6th.
Correct. Yeah.
That's already there. These are just extra dates.
Yes.
Court's not till the 14th.
There's a
Because there are
3-week.
5 Tuesdays in June.
Okay.
All right, who's second? You second it?
I think
I did.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Wilson has moved that we take appropriate action to remove the item due dates listed on the Hood County Commissioners Court date schedule for June 25th to June 29th, second by Commissioner Sanderson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Motion carries 4-0. Item number 4, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Tyler Technologies Professional Services quote dated May 20th, 2026, in the amount of $350 for jury summons form modifications within the Tyler Jury Management System.
What account is this coming
What
out?
is it? They don't charge us $350 to make the jury summons?
Change,
Yeah.
change it up.
Okay, is that yours? Kevin, you banking that?
Usually IT pays for Tyler-related issues, but I think in this case, since it's jury-related, we may be able to pay it out of the jury fund.
So do you have an account number that we can quote?
What's the motion?
We'll just get the account number that the money's coming from.
It's to take off the United Way.
Is there enough in the jury fund?
Jury fund is 74.
I'll give you your motion.
Do you want the full account number or just that? Is that good enough?
Yeah, go give it a full.
074-4341-33000.
All right, so I'll make a motion to authorize the county judge to sign the Tyler Technology Professional Services quote dated May 20th, 2026, the amount of $350 for jury summons form modification with Tyler Jury Management System. Paid for out of 074-4341-33000.
Second.
Commissioner Anderson has made a motion to authorize the county judge to sign the Tyler Technology Professional Service quote and the amount of $350 for jury summons for modifications from that line seconded by Commissioner Sanders. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. Item number 5, discuss and take appropriate action to serve legal action against Flock regarding their refusal to issue a refund to Hood County. May convene into executive session pursuant to Government Code 551.071. You said you wanted to make a statement.
Yeah, I just wanted to, but I think you had a speaker, if you want to do that first, or?
Well, I'm sorry to jump in. I have a 1 o'clock docket next door. So if you want to need anything from me, this is the time, and then I'll get out of here.
I don't think, I mean, we have ongoing communication with Flock. I was just going to give some background.
Right, I mean, I'll just, from the emails that I think that you have, on April 14th, there was a vote to cancel. April 17th, I sent my first email saying, okay, what about the money? Because essentially, we had given approximately $130,000, and they didn't ultimately perform the services. Now, there's debate about why and those kinds of things, but those parts are not really in dispute. So anyway, I emailed on April 17th, and after multiple times of asking, okay, what's going on, what's your response, on May 29th, I heard back, and basically they said that this was a political decision by the Commissioners Court. And I'll just read that real quick. We respect the county's right to evaluate those issues and make policy decisions going forward. However, a change in policy position or political consideration is not a contractual basis for termination or a refund under the agreement. And then I got another email from another guy in the legal department on June the 5th, and then another one, and I've sent those out. So the June 5th email and the June 9th, which is this morning email. And so our response, and I don't know tons about the contract and who did what and who should have done what, but one of the big picture things is, even if what they're saying is true, even if we backed out because the political winds shifted, let's say, they still got $130,000 for not doing any work. That's unequivocal. So they just get this big windfall pile of money, and they don't have to do anything or install any cameras. So I just said, hey, we need to figure out something. And then they emailed this morning saying, we're trying to find a solution that allows Hood County to retain the value of its investment, even though the county decided not to move forward with LPRs as originally contracted. And they said that they would, either through prepayments or concessions, they would consider purchasing mobile security trailers, which I don't know exactly what that is or what that does, but that's what they've offered. So we're still kind of pending to see what they're going to offer. I don't know if this is an action item for today, but that's really all I have.
Yeah, I don't think there's an action item today. You're ongoing, but I just wanted to remind the public that this was had to do with a grant that was signed in February of 2025, and at that time there was so what the holdup was TxDOT put a pause on installing any additional Flock cameras, and actually come to find out later on in last year that they were aware that hold was in place when this court was voting to go ahead with that grant. So as last year unfolded and the cameras were not being installed, I followed up, and many of you were here and heard that, and asked for, because we paid in advance, which is not per our purchase policy. So as the cameras were not being installed, I asked them to refund the funds, and last October we signed, and they signed an amendment that said that they would credit us for any days of cameras that were not installed up to the renewal, which would be actually now. It would be a renewal if we hadn't canceled it. So I just wanted to bring that to the court again. This was, while they may have referenced a political decision, to me this is a performance. I don't care who the vendor is. If you are not performing per the terms of your contract, then you're in default. So I just wanted to say that. This is a vendor performance issue.
But it's unjust and rich.
Right, yeah.
What you and I talked about, the venue in this is in Georgia,
Well,
and it requires mediation first, so.
yeah, and that was one of the things. So there was a term sheet, if that's the right word, that I think Sean signed from the sheriff's office that just lays out some basics. And I was wondering, okay, where's the legalese? And then I think Margaret found a website that has a link to their terms and conditions, which I don't know 100% that we agreed to all the terms and conditions on the website, but the website has this 11.5 provision. It says that any controversy or claim arising out of the agreement shall be exclusively governed by the laws of Georgia. I don't know that that means the courts of Georgia, but the laws of Georgia. And then it says that the parties will endeavor through mediation to settle the dispute, and if it remains unresolved by mediation, then we shall go into arbitration. And I would think that there's got to be a way in these modern times to do that remotely without flying to Georgia or anything, if it got that far.
Flock is a large company. They do business with a lot of cities and counties. I would think that they would want their reputation to be upheld, that they follow their contract, and when they sign an amendment, that they would stand by that amendment that they signed.
Yeah. So
You would think we have one speaker on this. You need to go.
I need to go to the criminal docket, but y'all know where I am if you need me later in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. We have one speaker, Mark Lowry.
Not sure how much time you're going to give me. I'll try to be clear. I disagree with Fox. This wasn't a political decision. I believe this is a performance failure to perform. We discussed this for a period of time through the spring. The contract was flocked. I think, again, demonstrates that we have to tighten up our business processes and accountability here in Hood County. As I understand it, it was discovered, as he just mentioned, the Emergency Communications Director signed this contract obligating taxpayers money when he doesn't have the authority to do that. I'm not sure if legal reviews all the contracts of this magnitude, but they should, and they should clearly understand this should have been detected before Sean was able to sign off on it. This decision has been made to discontinue the agreement, and again, I believe it's based upon performance. And I can argue operationally, I don't think it was sound for the county to have those now with my 35 years of law enforcement experience. I don't understand how Hood County paid $132 up front. That seems like a bad deal to me. Also, I wouldn't go in and ask a Ram dealership to create me a Ram truck and pay him up front for the vehicle. It's a very simple analogy. Now we've severed the ties with Flock, and I think that's a good decision. Interesting turn of events, May 26th, to Hood County Commissioners Court, they discussed the 132 from the grant, which I don't believe the grant ever came through, and it was actually Hood County citizens, taxpayers' money that paid for Flock. Having said that, there was discussion about the grant money covering this, this drone first responder, which operationally I don't think is sound. I don't know if you all read that DFR proposal, but clearly looking at it on the agenda item, it didn't take long for me to scroll down and realize that's not a $112,000 obligation, it's a $432,000 obligation, which if we get the grant to cover it, that means the next 4 years, $80,000 a year, we have to come up with the money to cover the DFR. Again, I think these are bad business decisions. Now we must sue Flock, and I say we go after them with everything we can based upon performance. This was not a political decision, though we certainly have a lot of political divide in this community. If the grant's not available, like I said, in 2027 or years out, then we got to come up with $80,000 in the county to pay this for the next 4 years. I do want to point out, if we could get this map back up, I spoke, I'm going to take a little bit about the DFR. I spoke out in the pre-function hallway there last time, and I was told it had a 3 radius mile coverage from dispatch where it's going to be located. If you take three radius miles, it covers 7% of the county, which is in that circle. Basically covers the city, not the county. Also, there wasn't clear on how much training. It just said training in the proposal. Having signed a number of contracts regarding training, you got to be very specific. How many individuals? What's the cost going to be? Train the trainer, because if they go outside their limit, they're going to ask you to pay for each and every trainer. Operationally, I think it's a dangerous thing. I've been told it's going to be the dispatchers. I hope that they have the opportunity to opt out of that program, because flying those things are not easy. I did an event 2 years ago, CIRA conference, largest fossil fuel conference in the world, down in Houston. Did it 3 years in a row. We had West Virginia Senator Manchin and Hilton at the time. We heard this huge crash up on the second floor atrium windows. We had a bunch of protesters outside. My opinion, my thought at the moment was we just got hit. Turns out Houston PD, who has a drone unit, and they practice all the time and fly drones, flew their drone into the side of our building. So if we're going to train people to fly this in the middle of the night around an airport with a lake, they better be very qualified, experienced, and practice on this all the time, or that drone's going to have to be replaced. They say they'll replace it all the time if we wreck one a month. I'm not disparaging the people that's going to have, it's a very sensitive technological operation that can't be done lightly. Again, I say we go after Flock, whether it's a lawsuit. I don't think we give up anything. That's a performance issue, and I look forward to speaking more on the DFR if that opportunity comes forward. It's processes we've got to tighten up here. Thank you.
All right, do I hear a motion?
No, there's no action.
Okay, no action. Okay, good. Item 6, discuss and take appropriate action to accept the rural ambulance grant and allow the county judge to provide an electronic signature for the Rural Ambulance Service Grant Program Award Agreement. Ms. Auditor, y'all don't want me to send a signature on this?
Don't move by it,
I wasn't able to read your response to the questions that I had.
Go ahead. Tell us about it.
Christine, if you could scroll down to section 4. Yeah, right there. So, this is for Texas EMS, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, I was just reading this last night. If this section we were in compliance with, because I don't know what the term of, off the top of my head, what the term with Texas EMS in the county, when does that expire?
It actually is up for renewal the end of September of this year.
So do we need to modify that? Because 2B says that sub-agreement must require compliance with and expressly incorporate applicable requirements of this agreement, including all requirements of Part 1X, equipment state. So don't they have to do an amendment? Don't we jointly have to have an amendment between Texas EMS and the county to include information from this interlocal agreement?
We submitted our contract to them for review, and they did not mention that. If that's the way you interpret it, then we certainly can, because we are up for renewal in September. In our contract with Texas EMS, it does include a 2-year automatic extension if we don't renew that. And these grants are 1 year at a time. So when we accept, if you choose to accept this grant, which we've already applied for, and they've approved us based on all of our information and the consideration that we would continue with Texas EMS as our sole source provider, those funds could purchase an ambulance for this fiscal year And then if you choose to renew with them next fiscal year, then you could then apply for the grant again next fiscal year.
And then, so the sub-agreement must be in effect for at least the remaining period of this agreement, which it's not, because this agreement is 5 years. And so our agreement with Texas EMS ends at the end of this year.
So this agreement is for the purchase of an ambulance with funds awarded this year, and they recognize that it may take up to 5 years for whomever we order it from to build it and deliver it.
Okay.
That's my interpretation of that.
So this agreement that's on the agenda is for 5 years, is what it said in the term at the top, I think, or right above this. Can you scroll up just a little bit? Yeah, 5 years. Expires in 5 years. But our agreement with, our sub-agreement with Texas EMS expires in a few months. So in C, it says the sub-agreement must be in effect for at least the remaining period of this agreement, if applicable. Grantee will submit in its compliance report section of this agreement a documentation confirming that the sub-agreement scheduled to expire during the term of this agreement has been extended, renewed, or replaced by an agreement that meets the requirements of this agreement. And that's a lot of agreements. So I think what they're saying is, how often do you submit the compliance report? Annually? What time of year do you submit it?
For this one, it's brand new, so they haven't notified us of what their requirements are. Typically, they're quarterly.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is in August, I guess, when we get ready to renew the or early September, I don't know if it's September 30th or what, but either in August or September, when we renew the Texas EMS agreement with the county, that we could include wording from this interlocal agreement, and then also you'll submit that to the CPA for them to comply with this contract, this section of this contract. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Thank you. Can we make that part of the motion? Are you rounding up?
I'm confused. Is this saying basically that the ambulance has to stay, an ambulance in the possession of the service that is using it for the term of that 5 years?
That's how I understood it, yes. So because we don't have more than one ambulatory service provider for the whole county per our contract, that's what that meant. But you're right, that is a good point. The expectation of the grant is that it's to be used for our county and our citizens.
So does this need to be a separate contract with Texas EMS specifically for the grant, not necessarily for the service, or do they have to be one and the same?
So if the court does accept this grant, then from there we will have an interlocal agreement established between the county and the service provider to follow the requirements of the grant. And each party would have to agree in order for us to give them money to buy an ambulance.
Okay, so it's not the agreement that expires, it's the new sub-agreement that we're going.
I would say,
Okay, that makes more sense.
but they would both have to happen, right? So we're not going to give an ambulance to a provider that's not going to stay in our community. And we'll put that also in the interlocal. And that will also come to court. So once we receive the money, then we'll come to court with the interlocal agreement for the court to extend to Texas EMS.
Oh, wait, can you go back? Because right where it says, okay, prior to the expenditure of any grant funds, grantee must enter into an agreement, sub-agreement. So I was thinking that was our existing agreement that we already have with Texas EMS, but it's not. It's the current, it's a new agreement based on this award. Okay.
And both, but yes, you're right. They both have to be in place because we will need to continue our relationship with them in order for it to make sense.
Thank you for answering all those questions.
Sorry, I didn't see your emails this morning.
It's okay, it was late. Just got back. Okay, so move that to accept the rural ambulance grant and allow the county judge to provide an electronic signature for the rural ambulance service grant program award agreement.
Second.
Mr. Sanderson has moved. We take appropriate action to accept the rural ambulance grant and allow the county judge to provide an electronic signature for the rural service grant program award agreement, seconded by both Commissioners Andrews and Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. The next item, discuss and take appropriate action to provide 10 vouchers for the Citizens Collection Station to facilitate community cleanup in Lake Granbury Harbor to expire on September the 30th, 2026. Environmental Health and Community Staff. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I believe that Lake Granbury Harbor has requested vouchers.
Yeah, they've got some properties out there that,
They've got some properties out there that need some help.
needs some help cleaning up. So, yeah, this is just something that we do from time to time, working with some of the HOAs to help them get some properties. So, with that, I'll make a motion to take appropriate action to provide 10 vouchers for the Citizens Collection Station to facilitate community cleanup in the Lake Granbury Harbor. Those vouchers will expire on 9/30/2026.
Second.
A motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to provide 10 vouchers for the Citizens Collection Station to facilitate community cleanup in Lake Granbury Harbor, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Is that you again, Todd? Is that you going to clean up? You're, huh?
You what?
You spread your man so thin, it's not even funny. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay. This brings us to the consent agenda. Is any commissioner question? Anything, or do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as stated.
Yeah, motion made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the consent agenda as stated, second by Commissioner Sanderson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. This brings us down to road items. Boy, again, we put you in another agreement to provide something else. This is to a good cause. You probably know the mayor.
Judge, Commissioners, this is the interlocal with the City of Lothian. Their interlocal has expired. It expired back in 2020. So this is just to get them back on track for renewal for their interlocal projects. Say this is just the agreement, this isn't a project agreement. So anyway, these are for 2 years. So
Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we accept the interlocal agreement with the City of Lothian.
A motion made by Commissioner Andrews to accept the interlocal agreement with the City of Lothian. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, sir. Yes. All right, this now brings us down to financial. We're down to financial. Yeah, this Matlock.
I would ask the court to consider certification of payment of invoices for the period of May 5th, 2026 through May 28th, 2026, and discuss vendor payments over $10,000 and take appropriate action. Expenditures for June 9, 2026, Commissioners Court are $643,874.92. The auditor's office has reviewed all invoices and recommends payment.
I'll make a motion to pay the bills for the period of May 15th, 2026 through May 28th of 2026 in the amount of $643,874.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Andrews to pay the bills for May 15th to May 28th in the amount of $643,874.92. Peterson, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 4-0. This brings us down to bank reconciliations.
Okay, I would ask the court to consider, we'll go to bank reconciliations received and reviewed by the audit department for the period of May 1st, 2026 through May 15, 2026, and take appropriate action. The auditor's office has reviewed all of these reports and asks the court to accept them.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
That we accept the bank reconciliations as listed and reviewed by the audit department.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Sanderson to accept the review of the audit department as stated, seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. Thank you, Ms. Matlock.
We have financial reports as well, sir.
What else do you have?
Financial report.
Another?
Yes, last one. I would ask the court to consider the financial reports received and reviewed by the audit department for the period of May 1st, 2026 through May 15, 2026, and take appropriate action. The auditor's office has reviewed all reports and requests the court accept them.
I move that we accept the financial reports for the period of May 1st, 2026 through May 15, 2026, as reviewed by the audit department.
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Sanderson to accept the financial reports that were received and reviewed by the audit department from May 1st, 2026 to May 15, 2026, seconded by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 4-0. Thank you. Is that it?
That's it.
So here at 1:18, we are adjourned.